Hello, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Hollister School District Board of Trustees meeting. All guests and participants are required to wear a mask upon entry. If you do not have one, we will provide them at the front of the building. And we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Let's go ahead. Who would like to lead us in the flag salute? I will. Thank you.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we do have one thing to report from closed session. The governing board of the Hollister School District acted in closed session to not reelect the following probationary certificated employees. Employee number 42015, employee number 42097 on the 22nd day of February. And do we say by the following vote? By the following vote, and we had four ayes. Okay. And then the next item on our agenda is student and staff recognition. Oh, right. Oh, yes. So we do have a proclamation to read for this month, celebrating Black History Month. Can you read the whole thing? We thought it was important to bring this proclamation forward. We did it. We've done it the last couple of years, and considering everything that's happened in our history, and considering that that it's important that we look at the diversity among us, and that Hollister is growing and changing, and that we want our African ancestry community members and students specifically to feel appreciated, to know their history, and to know that that there are a lot of people that have many achievements. So with that, can you read this whole thing? Whereas in 1915, Dr. Carter Godwin Woodson noted that Black scholar and son of former slaves founded the Association for the Study of African American Life and History and initiated Black History Week on February 12, 1926. And whereas during Black History Month, we celebrate the many achievements and contributions made by African Americans to the United States economy, cultural, spiritual, and political development. Whereas Black History Month is a time for all Americans to remember the stories, teachings, suffering, struggles, and strength of African Americans who gave voice to the daily struggles for freedom, equality, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And whereas we cannot ignore nor erase the consequences of our country's long and unfortunate history of violence, of discrimination, and of deprivation of the African Americans, but we can commit to working together and sharing in the rich culture of this community for a bright future. And whereas because of their determination, hard work, intelligence, and perseverance, African Americans have made valuable and lasting contributions to the United States, achieving exceptional success in all aspects of society, including business, education, politics, science, and arts. Whereas 0.006% of enrolled students in the Hollister School District are African Americans or of African ancestry. Whereas the Hollister School District has allocated resources, adopted practices, and strategies that meet the social, emotional, and academic needs of students to ensure that all students are prepared for future success. And now, therefore, we, the Hollister School District Board, do hereby proclaim that February 1st through February 28th, 2022, be Black History Month in the Hollister School District. Be it further resolved that the Hollister School District Board encourages our staff, our community to observe, recognize, and celebrate the culture and heritage and contributions of African Americans or folks of African ancestry to our country, community, and our schools, not only during Black History Month, but throughout the school year. Thank you all for doing that. All right, moving on. We, discussion, we did that. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, anyone opposed? Okay. Do we have any public comment?
No.
Nope. If you do, if you do, please go ahead and fill out the form in the back. And I see a basket is full of, there is public comment. Okay.
Excuse
us. We missed.
The basket didn't come up. I should read, yes?
Thanks, Liz.
Any member of the public that desires to state a public comment? No. What?
No.
Okay.
Were they, oh.
My name is Rodney, and my daughter attends Sunday School, and I did get an opportunity to look at the last meeting on YouTube, and I understand the situation, and I just wanted to mention to the board that it might give you a benefit to try to engage the parents and the other people in this community. See all the parents for all the students that attend the schools here, and I think that your problem could be solved if more parents know what you are facing and they have a direct connection to the people that can actually help. The people that we put in power, the governor, right on down to the people, the representatives, they can fix that shortfall that I saw that you guys were faced with. The governor has allocated another $128 billion. And if the parents knew that, they could go to the governor and ask him to help us because we put him there. And that's our money. We want to make sure that these problems are not affecting our kids' quality of education. Because it affects everything. It affects our community, it affects our house values, everything is connected to that. So I just want to make sure that you guys reach out, because on your webpage for the district meetings, it's still posted last year's schedule. So even if people went there, they would have the wrong information to know that this meeting is happening right here and now. And I had talked to the superintendent about supercharging the web page in each of the schools so that more parents can be involved. And I sent her a bunch of information about companies that do that. And I just have one final thing. You did mention about California, Black History Month. One of the things that's not taught is that California is named after a Black African queen, Queen Calafia. Cortez named this state in honor of a fictional queen that he used to read about in Spain when the Moors were in Spain from 711 to 14. He never found that place, so he named the state in honor of that African queen, Queen Calafia. You don't teach that in the schools. That's not even posted anywhere in any of the books. So if you want to honor us, that's one of the things. I think the last two governors, when it was part of Mexico, Afro-Mexican, that should be taught in school. That's how we would honor it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
The flower card too?
You can fill it out with your name and information.
For our record, thank you so much.
And there is,
We do have, okay.
we do. So I put this up. Okay, so we'll answer. How do I just pick it up?
Yeah, you have to make sure you have to accept it.
Call from Jeanette Neal.
Hello?
Hello, this is Jeanette Neal. I'd like to make a public comment.
Okay, great. Thank you for stating your name. Do you have a particular school that you're affiliated with?
I'm affiliated with Youth Alliance, and I wanted to make a statement regarding item 13C.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Hello, members of the board. Good evening. I wanted to make a comment about item 13C, which is in regards to the LCAP. And with the budget issues in mind, I wanted to remind the board and other community members about the work of the task force and the efforts to replace punitive reactions with social emotional support. And I know that this is a difficult time with the issues with the budget, and there's a lot of things that that could happen. It could go different kinds of ways. And so just keeping in mind that the work of the task force that was assigned by the board to hold accountable that what we do with LCAP funding to be able to support that is done. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. No.
Okay.
That was it. Thank you.
Okay, number 10, we have a HESTA presentation to the Board of Trustees, and we have a speaker, Nicole Falcon, HESTA President. Welcome.
All right, good evening, Board of Trustees. I am Nicole Falcon. I am the president of HESTA. Thank you for agreeing to let me speak tonight. I really appreciate it. Okay, so for those who don't know, HESTA is the Hollister Elementary School Teachers Association. We are the union representing all certificated staff, so that would include teachers, counselors, etc. of the Hollister School District. I'm going to try to speak really loud because the people at home really struggle to hear on YouTube, myself included. So my presentation is called Day in the Life of a Teacher, a multitasking educational rock star who lives to inspire and loves to encourage. That's kind of a big deal. I totally stole that from the internet, but I love it. Note that all unit members are not represented due to time constraints. Not represented are RSP, speech, elementary and middle school moderate to severe SDC, middle school mild to moderate SDC, psychologists, and so forth. So I want to start with a day in the life of a middle school teacher. And so I want to preface this by saying multiple members of HESTA contributed to these slides. They were sort of assigned a slide. They filled it out based on their job duties. And so I just want you to keep that in mind that I didn't really make up. Yeah, okay. So they start off, if they're a teacher, this teacher teaches 3 subjects, 2 different math classes, and an elective at one of the middle schools. So in the morning, if it's yard duty for them, they have yard duty that week. Then they teach first and second period along with an advisory class. That's like a social emotional class at Mays Middle School. And then they have prep during third period. And so this list is not exhaustive, but some of their prep duties include planning the next day's lesson for 3 different classes, while keeping in mind to differentiate lessons for ELs, IEPs, etc. Grade 150 assignments students turned in yesterday and enter those grades into Aries. Read, respond to email, process study contracts, and this only gets done if the teacher isn't asked to substitute teach during the prep period. And if you're a new teacher, you can be guaranteed to ask to sub during your prep multiple times a week. And if they're not attending an IEP meeting during their prep. Then they teach fourth period. They get a 30-minute lunch. Not always 30 minutes because students like to linger after the bell rings, or whether it's to buy something off the prize box, like in my case, and then they teach fifth and sixth period. They'll stay there till 4:45 since it's a staff meeting on Tuesday, and then they don't get to finish their duties during prep. It's impossible, so they'll stay pretty late to get that done. So that's what a middle school teacher does on the daily, the repeat 5 days a week. Okay, next we move to the elementary school teacher. As you can see, there's a lot on these slides, and you have it at your reference if you want to look at it in more detail. So it's similar in that they have to review their lesson plans for the day. They put to post their lesson on Google Classroom. I totally forgot we absolutely have to do that because students on independent study need to access the curriculum. They check their mail, parent square messages. They've got yard duty too. But elementary school teachers, bless them, they teach so many subjects in one day. It's crazy. So they have a subject lesson, then they have a quick 15-minute recess, reorganize for the next lesson. And what I learned, because I learned a lot from these slides, that after recess, they have to address issues that arise during recess. Apparently, there's injuries, SEL stuff, and then they have to do that while also beginning their new lesson. Then they have a lunch, send students that need medication to the nurse's office, so they have a ton of responsibility. And after lunch, they also have to address issues that arise during lunch. Send that student to the nurse, social worker, office, contact home. When I did site visits a few weeks ago, like I saw a kid get injured, he's like clutching his knee and like crying his eyes out. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like this is a lot. They have 2 more subject lessons. They walk students out. And then at the end of the day, they have 15 minutes to do that whole block of text right there, which obviously they can't do. So it's sort of expected. Teachers stay late. They go in early and they stay late. So that encapsulates an elementary school teacher. Moving on. So here's an elementary special day class teacher. They come in, I believe it says at 7:20 in the morning. And at 8 o'clock, they gather students who get dropped off in the bus and so forth. The parents don't get there until 8. Then they have classwork for about 2 hours. They do whole group, small group, and individual. They get a quick snack. The teacher runs to the restroom during recess, set up the next lesson, phone calls. Then they got some more classwork. They have a 30-minute lunch where they eat, make phone calls, speak with general education. More classwork, recess yard duty, classwork, and then at the end of the day is where they lesson plan, do IEPs, collaborate with the specialists, contact parents, the short quarantine support plans. And as you can see, all those, it's hard to condense that in 30 minutes, so they're obviously staying late too. Luckily, twice a week, they have 50 minutes when students are at PE. So that really helps them for assessments, writing IEPs, and so forth. And we all know IEPs, they're like 12 pages long. They're incredible. Okay, so I asked a counselor to make this slide, and it is crazy what they go through. Oh my gosh. They're really the point person on campus when it comes to any student needing extra help, or they're having a mental health crisis. They're always there when teachers need help with the student and it's a level 2 and we need to really, tier 2, because I go to a PBIS school and tier 2 is more concentrated intervention supports. So to briefly summarize this, because again, you can peruse it at your leisure, but there's a lot of check-in, check-out with students. A lot of students request to meet with a counselor via an online form. And so it's a way for them to get that time one-on-one with, a professional. Students have different crises throughout the day, and so they need to be there to contact parents afterwards, calm a child down. They'll do counseling sessions on social emotional. They'll do group stuff. I've seen that. They meet with a whole group. They've done, I think it's restorative circles at base, something like that. Conflict resolution between 2 students. I mean, I think the emotional exhaustion they go through, I didn't truly realize until I saw, like, timestamp by timestamp, all that they go through. And just a 20-minute lunch is all this counselor allows for themselves so they can get right back and helping students. And then, of course, they stay late to hold SSTs, 504s. And SSTs, if the public doesn't know, they're student support teams. Something.
Student study team.
Student study teams. And so if I'm having a problem with one of my students in class and my classroom interventions aren't working, then I fill out an SST form. We have a meeting with all the gen ed teachers, admin, the parent, the counselor, and we do targeted intervention, often that check-in, check-out. So students meet with that counselor in the morning. The student brings me a paper after class to rate them on how well they did. And then at the end of the day, if they get a good score, they get a little piece of something that they enjoy. So it's a lot, but we do it for the students. That's why we're here. And students need counselors more than ever. Social worker, a lot of the similar stuff, individual student support. They might present at a site, link families to outside resources, of course, consult with families, administrators, teachers, facilitate weekly student support groups and crisis counseling. So very similar to the counselor. All right, elementary PE, I also did not know, because I'm a middle school teacher, just how crazy their schedule is. So they see all students from kindergarten to 7th grade, and they start around 7 in the morning. And so what I see that they do throughout the day is they teach half the students from a grade level so that the other half gets the small reading intervention supports in the Preventing Academic Failure or PATH program. And then they'll rotate it so that those students, by the end of every 10 days, they get 200 minutes of PE time. So they do that with each grade level, except 6th and 7th grade, they get PE every day. I've noticed a lot of equipment change because different grades do different activities, so they constantly need to change the equipment. So that was very illuminating. On Thursdays, to note though, they have 75 students because it's all 3rd grade together on Thursdays. So I can't imagine, my biggest class is 32 students, 75 all running around, oh my gosh. So I commend them. Okay, middle school PE teachers. So that would be Mays, HDLA, Rancho San Justo, Rancho Santana, and Calaveras and AAA have like the middle school at their schools. And so this talks about how they not only teach physical education, but they're also having a sub during their prep. They teach an advisory class if they're at Mays. Independent study contracts is crazy because they have well over 100 students. They've got to disinfect equipment. Let's see, they work on site level teams and so forth. And they design curriculum that establishes psychomotor or physical, cognitive, and affective or SEL domains. And so now I will get into how PE benefits children. I think it's sort of obvious, but when you dig in a little deeper, there's some insights that I didn't realize. So if you look at the second bullet point, it allows special education students and students from the SOAR program that's designed to help students who are emotionally disturbed. That gets them mainstreamed into general education. For some of those students, PE is the only class they have with gen ed kids. And so that's really important for them to get that exposure. Let's see. And elementary PE in particular allows prep periods for the other teachers because they're taking over their kids for a little bit. And also another thing is that when you have that super antsy kid in class, you can send them to the PE teacher. You can tell them, all right, just run a mile, run around the field real quick. And the PE teachers serve as a supervisor as a student needs to take a break because they just need that. Because sitting still in class for 7 hours a day is really hard. A little bit more, my presentation has almost reached its conclusion here. And it explicitly takes SEL into action, as students must work together towards common goals with pre-established rules, positive attitudes, problem solving, resolving conflict. And quality PE programs have been linked to improved academic performances, better health outcomes, and higher student affect towards school in general. We know those kids were the only class they like is PE. I loved PE growing up. It was really great. All right, so in summary, just as a collective, HESTA and its members, we're here for our students because we love our community, our colleagues, our families, and ultimately our future. So thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
We can go around and see if we have any questions. Thank you for doing the presentation and being very detailed and giving us a day in the life and representing different
Yes.
people. So we can go, Trustee Chris?
I think you nailed it.
Yeah, very detailed, correct.
That's right, that's right.
Trustee Martinez?
I don't have any questions.
Trustee Toasty?
No questions. Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you.
Trustee Marks?
Also, no questions. It was very thorough and it was very informative, and we appreciate you going through all that effort.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
And next, we also have a presentation, speaker from our Classified School Employees Association, Chapter 625, and the speaker is Enrique Sendejas.
Yes. Good evening, Board. I'm Enrique Sendejas. I'm the current chapter president for CSEA. Throughout these past years, we enjoyed an excellent working relationship with the Hollister School District Administration and the Board of Education, and as a result, we were able to successfully handle the pressing issues that arose at the start of the pandemic in 2019 and throughout the past 2 challenging years together. Our unit of classified employees consists of classified staff members that hold positions in many diverse classifications that critically support our students, staff, and the district. Since we hold such diverse positions, I was not able to quickly record them in action or prepare a slide presentation that would fully capture all the work these essential workers perform on a daily basis to deliver much needed support to our students, staff, and the district. The first person that our students and parents encounter upon walking into any of our schools is almost certain to be one of our amazing classified staff members. These members are ready to serve with kindness, great care, and professionalism, whatever the need. For our job families in the maintenance and custodial backgrounds, they consist of lead custodians, senior craft specialists, general maintenance, lead groundskeeper, and groundskeepers. These staff members are responsible for the upkeep of our schools, taking out trash, cleaning up any messes, fixing our air conditioning, heating systems, building up and setting up our classrooms, etc. Sorry, getting out of breath. Because of these employees, our students enjoy well-maintained and inviting educational spaces that ensure their comfort and safety, and give all our HSD community a sense of pride about the high quality of our facilities. For our food services job family, they consist of lead student nutrition worker and student nutrition workers. These staff members have worked side by side with our custodians nonstop during the pandemic. This job family works on preparing and providing meals to our students for breakfast and lunch. And while students were distance learning, preparing 5 days worth of meals for our students and other members of our Hollister community at large. To make sure they continue to have some sort of access to food through our DL times. During the times that our students spend away from campus, our food student nutrition workers were often the consistent faces that many of our students continue to see when they picked up meals, which provided them with an ongoing connection to their school campuses. And their warm smiles were a constant reminder that the adults they were used to seeing daily while in person were still there at the site providing ongoing care for them. It's a lot longer than I thought it was going to be, sorry.
That's okay.
So it also consists of our operations family, which is student nutrition warehouse lead and delivery driver / warehouse workers. Our technical financial job family consisting of our account specialist, payroll specialist, and transportation coordinator. These all range from delivering supplies to our school sites for our student nutrition staff, taking care of timesheets, processing all the VAS for both classified and certificated timesheets that are submitted to, our payroll offices. And then our technology family consists of our technology support specialist, student information system specialist, and lead technology specialist. They have overseen the inventory related to technology like Chromebooks, TVs, and Chromebook cards. This team has shown tremendous leadership in its ability to quickly pivot to distance learning, where technology became the primary tool needed to ensure students receive access to their curriculum. So lastly, but certainly not least, is our instructional support job family, consisting of our school campus supervisor, community parent liaisons, library media specialists, instructional assistants in general education and RSP, mental health therapists, paraprofessionals, and yard duty supervisors. These dedicated employees work collectively with our certificated partners in the classrooms, providing ongoing educational and socio-emotional support to our students and families, ensuring that our children are kept safe and feel engaged outside of the classroom, and have access to high-quality library programs and materials that have been curated to support their educational growth and foster a lifelong love of learning. The staff in classified service are truly our everyday heroes, and the work that they perform is essential to the optimal operations of the HSD. They often find themselves having to do more with less, but they repeatedly rise to the occasion to ensure no student is left behind in accessing what they need to ensure a high-quality educational experience. CSEA continues to work collaboratively with the district to ensure adequate staffing levels and employment conditions are allowed. Sorry, I'm getting tired.
I understand.
And employment conditions that allow for our district to attract and retain high-quality classified employees. CSEA has repeatedly stepped up to the plate during times of budgetary constraint that coincide with increased need for services. We endured significant layoffs in the 2020-2021 school year, and many of our currently vacant job classifications remain unfilled at this time. But the classified employed workers who are here have repeatedly stepped up to fill the void. Their duties routinely become augmented without adjustment to their compensation levels. I'm getting tired. Sorry. Okay. The positions held by our classified are just our jobs to our classified workers. This is their community, and these are their children. They proudly serve in their roles each and every day, and on their behalf, I appreciate having this opportunity to here today to highlight some of their special contributions to the HSD. Thank you.
Thank you for doing that. Thank you so much. It's important to hear from everyone and all the classifications. Do you all have any questions or comments?
Well, I wanted to say, Enrique, that I really liked how you called your families.
Yes.
Because that really shows what we are at HSD. We are families. And the way you broke down each group as a family. Schools can't run without the support that you are the backbone of the students. You are the ones that hold the students up, and you're the ones that allow teachers to do their job. And that never can be forgotten. Thank you.
Trustee Martinez?
I don't have any questions for Enrique.
Trustee Tosti?
No questions. Thank you, Enrique.
Thank
Well
you.
done.
Trustee Marks?
No questions, but it was a great speech and good for
Thank you. It was
sticking
really
with
long.
it.
Thank you for taking the time to do this. It's important for us to hear.
It is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, I'll be sending this out to you guys in the email so you can see everything. Thank you.
Perfect.
Good.
Thank you.
And you both did this, of course, on top of your job, so totally appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 11, approval of our minutes. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes of January 28th, 2022.
Second.
Okay.
All right, discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Let's move on to our consent items. And it says public comment too? Is that a mistake?
So we did it. Well, that's the description, so it's consent.
It's just consent, okay. A motion to approve consent items?
So moved.
A second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right. Moving on to item 13, which is our discussion and approval of trustee area maps. And we have a speaker, Nicole Tucker.
We can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Oh,
Okay.
now we can.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. I was trying to bring up the presentation to go through, but it's host disabled participant screen sharing. So I was wondering if, can you all see the presentation? Is it up? No. Okay. I was wondering if the settings are up there. Perfect. Okay.
I haven't gotten any. It says that there were 5 missed.
Okay, alrighty. And so this is just the presentation we've gone through before. These are our, Census 2020 district demographics, and the total population, and then age 18 and over. We did see some growth that did require the district to have new trustee areas and adjust those boundaries. These colored blocks here indicate our voting, our census blocks, and the different colors of them indicate the percentage of Hispanic voting age population by census block from between 2015 and 2019. And then over here are just our population CVAP numbers, which again is our citizen voting age population. And it's a projected statistic that's given to us by the Census Bureau of just a projected percentage of voters within the different population groups. And then again, for our scenarios 1 and 2, our scenario considerations of balancing the total population and trying to stay as close to the current trustee area boundaries as possible. And then for scenario 3, we took back to the demographer some of your concerns, and we tried to create an area 4 that's spread across the less populated areas in area 5, while trying to get a higher percentage of Hispanic populations in both 4 and 5 as requested. So then here's our conceptual trustee area 1 for scenario 1. And the purple lines are going to indicate the current trustee areas, while the colors are going to indicate the conceptual trustee area. And here are our demographics. I know you've seen these maps a few times now, but did you have any questions on scenario 1?
No.
Perfect. All righty. We'll go on to scenario 2 then, which again, just adjusting those trustee areas slightly in order to have that constitutional standard of rough proportionality of 10% or less for a population variance. And then here are our demographics for scenario 2. Were there any questions on scenario 2?
No.
All righty. This is scenario 3. After our last meeting, we took back some of your comments and concerns to the demographers, and they drafted this one, again, with our purple lines indicating our current trustee areas, and then the colors indicating our conceptual trustee areas. And here are our demographics for scenario 3. And here are all those trustee areas side by side along with our current trustee area map. And were there any questions?
We'll go around. We'll go around and if we have any questions or comments, Trustee Grist.
No, I have really studied these and I'm very happy with what we got.
Okay. Trustee Martinez,
No questions.
Trustee Toasty,
No questions.
Trustee Marks.
I have a question only, not necessarily to you, Nicole, but did we get feedback from our other stakeholders in the area online?
We had the surveys posted online for several weeks now, and I'm gonna peek over here at Brandon and see if we can get some feedback from him.
Okay.
If we wanna maybe
I mean,
go in a little bit.
is that something that we do while Nicole's still with us, or? Otherwise, I have no questions. I mean, what you said is very clear.
Does Nicole, do you want to stay? We're going to discuss, and because we have to decide today, so thank you for your presentation. If you want to, you're welcome to stay and see, to see the outcome, and then we'll.
Yeah, I'll stick around just in case if there's any legal questions or anything.
Okay.
But you can proceed with your conversation. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
And just to remind us, in our special board meeting that we had, we did talk about, there was stakeholder input, that these maps, the current maps, were drawn 2 years ago with the help of MALDEF and LULAC. And, we followed all the legal, rules that we had to follow. And so I did receive feedback, I think Jan, or Trustee Grist as well, that they would like to be as close as possible with the least amount of variance. And I believe the feedback I received was that the map number 2, which we did discuss at our meeting last time, was the one with the least amount of variance and
Yes.
closest to the current.
Well, it has met the threshold of 50% or more in regards to the Hispanic vote.
Right.
The one thing though, you say that it favors, did you say like it's good for the incumbent, or how did you say that? About the Nicole?
Is that question to me? Okay, sorry. It's hard to tell when you're talking to me.
Did you say something about it was good for the incumbents, or?
It doesn't unseat any of the current trustees.
These maps, it should not
Favor it, right.
favor any incumbent. That would be illegal.
It doesn't. I'm not sure what you mean by favoring incumbents. It doesn't unseat any trustee, and that's what's taken into consideration. Just making sure that you're not down a trustee because of a map, but it doesn't take into consideration anything beyond like the voting populations or those special communities of interest that we've discussed. Those are all taken into consideration.
Okay, good.
So we did have 2 responses online. Both responses favored the second scenario.
Okay, thank you.
Are we ready to make a motion?
Are you all ready? Okay, anyone want to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt scenario number 2.
Is there a second?
I second.
Discussion?
I feel that scenario number 2 has a variance of 2.4. It also has, has everybody above the 50% threshold. And that's why I think it's the best one for us to choose.
Trustee Martinez?
So for me, I know we had asked for a third only because Ms. Marks had mentioned she wanted to not feel like she was closed in and giving herself some room for growth. And allowing for whatever that diverse population may look like, expanding that voice here on the seat. Because again, we designed the map based on 2010. And so I know we said the least amount of changes, but I don't know if the least amount of changes reflecting 10 years ago applies now to what we have current. Because again, the city is growing, and if we still closed in Miss Mark's area, I don't know that, you would have a true reflection of the growth and the representation, even though we discussed that there would not be a school necessarily in her area. But I like the fact that the other third map did allow for that expansion and growth of representation.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Toasty? I do know that we were all trustees for all of the Hollister School District, but I do like scenario map 2 because it does give each trustee a school in their area.
That's right, thank you. Trustee Marks?
I liked that we explored scenario 3, and it did have some advantages, but in our discussion, we did, remind ourselves that we're all responsible for all the schools in the district. And with that in mind, if we're going to stay as close to our previous maps as possible, since they are only 2 years old, scenario 2 did then make sense, because in 10 years moving forward, we'll definitely know where the growth ended up. Mm-hmm. And then we can readjust at that point.
Okay, call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Of
Aye.
scenario number 2.
On scenario number 2, on your
On
motion
your
on the
motion.
floor,
Yeah, on your motion.
which is scenario map number 2.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Then scenario number 2. Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you for all your help. It was wonderful working with you all.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Congratulations. Bye-bye.
Thank you. We do have a resolution that we need to read of the Board of Education of the Hollister School District approving adjusted trustee area boundaries. Whereas the Hollister School District currently uses a by trustee area election process to elect its governing board members, and whereas Education Code Section 5019.5 requires school districts that elect by trustee area to adjust the trustee area boundaries following each decennial federal census using population figures validated by the Population Research Unit of the Department of Finance, and whereas the adjustment shall ensure that the population of each trustee area is proportional pursuant to Ed Code Section 5019.5 A1 or 2, and whereas district staff, consultant, and legal counsel have prepared a draft adjusted trustee area boundary plans for the district's consideration, the plans that the board has considered, and whereas the board conducted a public hearing on January 28, 2022 to receive public input and comment on the plans, and has reviewed and discussed the additional scenario map on February 11, 2022, in addition to 2 previously created maps. And whereas the board has considered all such public input and comment on the plans, and whereas the board desires to adopt Plan 2 for use effective November 2022, general election, and thereafter until further adjusted by the board. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Education of Hollister School District as follows, that the above recitals are true and correct, that the board hereby adopts the plan, that the superintendent and or designee take all actions necessary to implement the plan in time for the next governing board member election in November 2022.
Okay.
Thank you. Moving on, sorry, to item 13B, discussion and approval of Hollister Prep School Facilities Use Agreement, and our superintendent, Erica Sanchez, will present.
Okay, good evening. Board of Trustees and community members, we have with us tonight HPS representatives, Kevin Sved and Kristen Carr, who will be joining us during this presentation. This is an annual agreement that comes to the board in regards to the facilities use. We have information that is part of the agreement and part of tonight's packet. We also have the opportunity to have any questions tonight answered by staff, HPS staff, or myself. This is an agreement that reflects previously agreed upon terms that we have had with HPS. It is a standard practice, and it is a practice that is required on an annual basis. It's not the master agreement that we have in place with HPS, but it is an agreement that allows for us to continue the facilities usage as we have in place currently. And with that, if Mr. Sved or Ms. Carr would like to speak to something specific in the agreement, please feel free.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Sanchez. Just want to say thank you for the ongoing support and collaboration with Hollister Prep School. We are very grateful to be part of the Hollister School District, and we are hopeful that you will approve the facilities use agreement, which will basically keep us operating as we are now in collaboration with the R.O. Hardin School. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
We can go around, yeah. We could take turns addressing Marks, or Trustee Grist, sorry.
Okay. In the agreement in 1.3, it talks about enrollment, and it says the district, let's see, that you can go up to 540 students. You know, with the way things are going, I don't think we can do that. Do you? I mean, we really don't have room for you to get up to that. How many students do you have right now?
I'm sorry.
That's right. We currently have 540 students. We're at capacity at HPS now at 540.
So you currently have 540 students?
Yes.
Yes. Because it says here for the 2022-2023 school year.
Yeah, so thank you for the question, Trustee. The facilities use agreement that we do every year is for the next year. So what we do it's a pretty standard form that we use that looks at current attendant or current enrollment and current attendance rates and the attendance rates of the prior 2 years to project the attendance for an enrollment for the subsequent year. So this would be for next year, and currently we have 540 students. So basically we have 60 students at each grade, K through 8. So the 9 grade levels times the 60 is how we get to the 540. And we have pretty substantial waiting lists, so we're pretty confident that we'll have the same enrollment next year.
There will be no increases?
No, we will not increase, no.
Yeah, because I don't think we can.
Yeah, no, we're not planning to increase at all, no. There's minor fluctuations in the ADA because of, different factors like COVID, for example, where our ADA has gone down a little bit, but the ADA is basically the, enrollment multiplied by the attendance rate. And as far as enrollment goes, we will not see an increase. We do hope we have an increase in ADA though, but we won't have an increase in enrollment.
Martinez?
Oh, I'm not done.
Oh, sorry, Trustee Grist.
What does it mean under, how do you interpret under rent-free facilities, where it says, if you, it says the district reserves the right after the term to impose a fee for any use of facilities by the charter school. You know, we have, a lot of our, costs have gone way up with inflation. So, and I don't think that we were aware that you had 540 kids. Were you aware of that, Ms. Sanchez?
I had met with Mr. Sped earlier in the school year, myself and Assistant Superintendent Ward. I know that we've had discussions. The exact number, I didn't know right now, but he has confirmed that they have the 540 student enrollment. At our previous meeting, enrollment was something that was discussed. And as in every year, the HPS school has provided a list of their rosters, of their enrollment, all of the sufficient information that is required to be provided to the district.
I believe this is the third year that we are at 540. You know, ever since we got to 8th grade, we capped enrollment. But then as far as the cost, so we Hollister prep school pays 3% of our overall LCFF funding towards facilities, and that's the standard from the Prop 39 legislation that voters passed a number of years ago. We do contribute to the food service costs as well, and then we also, for maintenance reasons, take on a lot of our own maintenance costs as well. So we definitely appreciate the financial considerations, but I think they're reflected accurately in this agreement.
Well, I think that might be something that we may have to look at because of inflationary costs have gone up so much. We might have to look at that as something maybe in the next year's agreement. That's all.
Thank you.
Trustee Martinez?
I think for me, looking at the contract, what is, and first of all, who did Hollister School District create this contract or HPS?
It's a template that is used by Hollister School District year after year. It's the same language that has appeared in the contracts in prior years.
So there are no changes or
There are
deviations?
no changes.
Okay. I think for me, the only concern would be growth as well. Just as Trustee Gris mentioned, I think that is definitely something that we have to consider. Because I don't know if R.O. Hardin is capped or how we want to continue with the arrangement and the growth of HPS overtaking R.O. Hardin. And so I know when we first started the charter, we had HPS come and do a lot of presentations to the board back in the day that we've not seen in quite some time. How kids are doing with their academics, just an insight, I think because we are the oversight, just to give our Hollister School District community a glimpse into your world. I think that would be great. And again, we are partners in this. And so I think we don't have, as a board, really much say into how you run your program, but I think it would be important to still give us an opportunity to see how you guys are performing and what great things you're doing with the kids in Hollister School District.
Thank you, Trustee Martinez. We'd love to come and present before the board with our children and our staff. And of course, everybody's welcome to come on a tour as well.
Trustee Toasty?
I did have a chance to tour, and it was very nice facility, nice programs you have going on there. You gave a wonderful tour. I do have a concern with, of course, the growth. Arlo Hardin has no room for growth. It's a neighborhood school. It's so compacted that I just feel it's a concern. But I really did enjoy the tour. Thank you very much.
Trustee Marks?
I have no questions or concerns to voice tonight.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I as well was able to tour. I've gone a couple of times and I appreciate, seeing the classrooms firsthand, and you all are doing great work. The students there they were talking to us when we went and very articulate, and so, thank you for the work that you do for the children there. And I think, when we went, there was a collaborative approach with Arlo Hardin and Hollister Prep. And so we want to continue that. The growth impacts everyone. So we did talk about how do we do this together, right? So I think there are next steps and things that we need to look at, which one of them was that space. And I forget who, Go Kids, or I think it's a county program where we're going to look into that. So those are our to-do. But I don't have questions either. So thank you. Do we have to approve this? Do we need a motion to approve the facility agreement with Hollister Prep School? Do we have a motion?
I move to approve the facilities use agreement for Hollister Prep School and Hollister School District as in this contract.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay. Thank you again for presenting. Look forward to talking further.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Item 13C, discussion and approval of mid-year LCAP update by Superintendent Zachary.
Good evening, board, members of the audience and staff. Tonight, we will be reviewing our progress towards our Lcap goals. As we know, our Lcap was adopted in June for the first time. And we further went through the school year. We identified some corrections that needed to be made. But this is going to be a presentation that is a brief overview as to what progress has been made. There, in the packet, there's the document that is reported to the county and the state, the actual LCAP template, and then there's this version, which is the presentation, which is more of a brief type of overview. So, Assembly Bill 130 requires that the school district, the LEA, the local educational agency, provide an update that includes information from the 21-22 LCAP, the budget overview for parents, on or before February 28th, and that is what we're doing. Our current template, which is the more formal format that you also have in the packet, includes all of the required pieces of information. In that template, you will see the progress that we are making towards the goals and the actions. You will also find the current state of expenditures in regards to how much funding has been utilized for that particular action and goal. But this is going to be an overview for us. So this is called a supplement for the annual update. What it does is it describes how we have utilized the funds, how we've planned to utilize the funds, what additional types of projects we have in mind. Again, this LCAP was created last year and we're implementing it this year. The supplement, the annual update, has 5 prompts. We will address all 5 prompts in tonight's presentation. They are also addressed in the presentation, in the document itself, the formal document. All of that information is addressed. The difference this year is that we have to account for any one-time types of dollars that we have utilized and blended with supplemental and concentration to meet these goals. So for example, the ESSER 3 plan or any type of COVID funding that has been utilized to help meet some of these action plans. So we will be looking at what we've used in regards to all of our fiscal resources to meet all of our goals, all of our actions, and we will be taking into consideration the remainder part of the school year. What is it that we have left to do? We will be gathering the stakeholder, the educational partners' input in regards to what has taken place, and be discussing that with the board at future regular board meetings. So the LCAP is measured by metrics. Metrics are the measures that we've agreed that we are going to use. For example, Action 1 is about academic learning and instruction. As you can see in your document, there are various different measures that are being collected to support whether or not we're moving towards the goal, including state testing, local assessments, formative assessments, and so on. Every goal and every action has a metric. It has the way that we're going to gauge whether or not we're meeting progress to work towards the goals. And in your document, the wording says expected annual measurable objectives for goal 1 or 2 or 3, and then you have a series of rows, and it'll tell you what it is that we're going to use to measure. So I know that in the past we have talked about how do we know if we're making growth. We know that we're making growth by taking into consideration the assessments or the different metrics, for example, attendance or lower suspension rates. All of that is data. All of that is information that we would need to collect and have to consider as evidence. There has to be evidence of what it is that we're using the money for, which is important. So our LCAP metrics can fall into 3 different buckets. It could be that the outcome is unknown because we haven't worked on it yet. For example, we've not had state testing yet, but it's coming. Our outcome is in progress. It means that we're working towards it or that our outcome is known. So the metrics themselves fall into one of these 3 categories only. That's what's happening here. Our LCAP expenditures and implementation also fall into one of these 3 categories, not started, in progress, or completed. So I'm going to give you an example of something that is not started yet. Summer school. We have allocated $1.2 million in Lcap Goal 1 for summer school. It's not summer yet, and we've not decided in regards to the different conversations we've had whether or not summer school will be a for sure thing for our district this year due to our state of the budget. So that would fall into not started. In progress, we currently have our staff, our intervention teachers, our instructional assistants working towards K-2 literacy programs, preventing academic failure. That's part of our LCAP. That's in progress because that's happening on a daily basis. And completed. We also have in our LCAP trauma-informed practices or anti-discriminatory policies that we've trained staff on. That is completed, and we have metrics for that. So our LCAP Goal 1 to review is that we will provide
services to improve academic achievement for all students through quality instruction, effective assessments, timely interventions, and extended learning opportunities. This particular goal has 12, I believe, actions that we will see a list of. We won't go through them all in detail. At a future meeting, if you'd like, I can. It is kind of a review because we've talked about them before, but these are all of the actions. It looks like a simple list, but every action has multiple steps. Sometimes it's a year-long process, sometimes it is, a month-long process, and so on. So we have everything from focus support for English learners to focus support for early literacy to focus support for supplemental programs such as Footsteps to Brilliance. We have assessments. We have RISE, the independent study program that is in place currently due to Assembly Bill 130. We have summer school, teacher recruitment and assignment and retention activities, and so on, including professional development. All of these actions are created to support Goal 1, which is created to improve the academic instruction for students. So here we go with the metrics. And this is a direct reflection of what you see in your document, the formal document that goes to the county and to the state. Not the presentation, it's what's from the Lcap directly. So as you can see, we are going to be looking at STAR reading assessments. We did talk about last year's results, I believe in August, but we also will be administering the STAR for English and math throughout the school year, and that will be a measure to see if we're growing academically. We also have CASP, that's the state test for English for math. We have LPAC, which is the test that measures to see a second language learner's proficiency in English. It used to be the CELT. We also have the CAST, and we have as a metric the percentage of teachers that we have that are fully credentialed. So as you can see, we have a baseline for every metric, which is the second column. We have a year one mid-year progress. Outcome is unknown for the majority of these tests because we don't have the results yet. One, because we have not taken them yet, because we're on a state timeline, or two, we have not received the results yet. Currently, LPAC testing is taking place. It starts in February, so it's too soon to know. And we currently know that 98% of our teachers are fully credentialed. So our desired outcome is on that far column of all of the metrics. Because many of these metrics have not been met yet, the only one on this column is that far one to the corner that says our expected outcome was that 100% of our teachers would be fully credentialed on the bottom there. It's also probably bigger in the document as we move forward. Here we go. Let's see. So moving on to Lcap Goal 2. The Hollister School District will have safe, engaging, and inclusive classrooms and schools that meet the social emotional needs of all students. This is where our SEL team comes in. We will have support positions in place to ensure one-to-one counseling, small group counseling, and mentorship, which we do. As we know that this year we have added positions to our schools, and we provide SEL development for administrators, teachers, and classified staff, and we have done that. So part of the metrics that we'll use, and we are using to measure this goal, is chronic absenteeism according to the state dashboard. We are looking at baseline data, our mid-year data. Our overall absenteeism rate is high compared to what our baseline, which is an anticipated type of trend because of the numerous amounts of absences we've seen due to the COVID challenges and so on. So our current absenteeism rate is 22.7% of our student population is considered absentee. Our desired outcome that we created last year for this year was that only 5% of our student population would have been absentee. So we're looking at our suspension percentages according to the California dashboard. Our current suspension rate overall, we have a 1.6% suspension rate. We, as a district, the board has guided this work. Our staff has really rolled up their sleeves to ensure that strategies are implemented. Our staff in the classrooms, our staffs on site have really worked with our students. And even though we're back on campus since, the first day of school, our suspension rate is much lower than what it was before. Yes?
I've been going to a class called Don't Suspend Me through the County Office of Education. And in a breakout group, I was with the Assistant Superintendent of the County Office of Education, and he had spent the day at Mays. And he told me that he was really impressed with Principal Hertz and Assistant Principal Veltri. They had gone through all these steps with a particular student and used all of the methods that we've been trying with SEL so that the student could get on the right track. And he said it was textbook perfect. And he was just so impressed with how our district is doing and following, and it was just incredible. And a real shout out to Mays Middle School.
I think it's also important to highlight that, it is the work of them actually, boots on the ground and doing the work. And then let's also give credit to the School to Prison Pipeline Task Force members, right, that did, along with administration spearhead and the parents involved. And, there was a group that really, worked on this effort, and here are the results. I mean, we have to celebrate that. The suspension rates have dramatically gone down. And I think it's important to also say, because like the gentleman mentioned, not everybody watches every meeting for 3 hours, right? So let's remind ourselves that those rates targeted our children in special ed, Black and brown students disproportionately. And so this is a big highlight. So thank you for everyone who has done that.
Well, and we have to, it gets to the people that are at the sites. And that means it's our school SEL teams, our administrators, working with our parents, working with our students, and it just really shows how much it works. But it was really neat to hear it from someone. He didn't know I was from Mays. He doesn't know me from anything. And it was just so cool to have such a great compliment come out from the blue, about how wonderful our staff did with this child.
I would have to add to that our teachers and our classified staff and administration have participated in various different trainings. We had one recently on a weekend, so they are signing up for trainings in regards to restorative practices, how to work with students in a non-punitive way, how to address behaviors through the lens of social emotional. So it is definitely a team effort, most definitely, and it is something to be celebrated. Our next bullet point here, number 3, is expulsion percentage. I'm happy to say that we have a 0% expulsion rate currently at this point of the year. That's something also to celebrate. We are more than halfway done with the school year, and with the year as challenging as what we've had, I was very pleasantly surprised when I saw that 0%. Our connectedness to school will be measured by the California Healthy Kids Survey. That survey is something that we will work on in the springtime. And we're hoping that all students feel 100% connected to school as we move forward with the school year. The remaining metrics for Goal 2 are SEL open counseling sessions and student check-ins per site per year. So our mid-year progress is that we've had at least 387. Our baseline was 88. And when we finish this school year, we want to have 720 per site per year. Our middle school dropout rate, we have a 0%. We anticipate trying to keep that 0% as we work with students by name, by need, you know, each and every one of the students. And our attendance rate, our ADA, our progress is the average of 93.3, which is low, and we know we were anticipating that due to our absences. We would like to maintain a 95% or higher, so it is a goal that we will be working on as we proceed through the school year. Our next goal is Goal 3. The Hollister School District will ensure equity for all students in academic programs and social engagement. And this goal has two action steps, two very important action steps: trauma-informed practices trainings and anti-discriminatory disciplinary practices that we've talked about tonight. We know the importance and we recognize how both of these have impacted our student discipline data, our approach to students as a district, particularly at our comprehensive middle schools, but district-wide as well. So the metrics will include that our percentage of staff completing trauma-informed practices will be at least at 31%. So far we have special education teachers, administrators, paraprofessionals, specialized opportunities for academic resilience, the SOAR program. They've all been trained in trauma-informed practices. Our goal is that 90% of staff have completed the trauma-informed practices training, and we're on our way to that goal. The trainings have happened throughout the school year, on weekends, on after school, and so on. So we do have a high participation rate. And one of the other metrics is that the percentage of district schools implementing co-teaching will be something that we will work towards in this goal. Right now, 5 out of our 9 schools with grades 6 through 8 are implementing co-teaching for grades 6 and 7, which is something impressive when you look at going into a classroom that has co-teaching happening, and you cannot tell which one is the general education teacher or the special education teacher. That's a powerful teaching tool. It's a powerful inclusionary practice, and it provides the least restrictive environment for those students with an IEP. Our goal would be that at the end of 23-24, that 100% of our schools would participate in implementing co-teaching. Our last goal, we have 4 goals, and we've reached the final one, is that the Hollister School District will develop high levels of parent involvement, parent education, and student engagement, where all parents are welcomed and expected to be involved in their child's education. We know that a true partnership in education includes the family, whether it's the parents or the grandparents or whoever the child lives with. We value that partnership, and we definitely want to expand on those opportunities. So we also have 2 goals, 2 actions in this goal, is that we will provide parent engagement services through support staff, and that parent engagement and education will be provided. I think that little part got chopped off there, but it means that it would be provided. This year has been a little bit of a challenge in the sense that, and last year, we've had all remote types of situations take place. So we are looking forward to where we're able to open, the doors and allow for our families to come into the evenings for training or meetings and so on. So we have an annual survey of parent involvement. That will be coming out in the spring. Right now, the outcome is unknown. Our goal is that 65% of parents in elementary and 80% of parents will respond saying that they are connected to school by the end of 23-24. Our participation rate for family engagement opportunities is that so far, we have 100% of schools, they've held teacher conferences, 75% of the schools met or exceeded 65% attendance rate, which is good, being that we're in a pandemic and that a lot of it was virtual. And so we've never really had to test our capabilities with reaching parents virtually, or test the number of parents that actually would want to join a conversation, a conference, or a back-to-school night virtually. But 65% of our parents did, so that is promising. 100% of the schools held the back-to-school nights. 12% of the schools met or exceeded the 65 attendance rate. Back-to-school night typically is, optional for the parents. It's in the evenings typically, and we have room to grow if only 12% of our schools did exceed the 65% attendance rate. Our participation rate for family education opportunities. So far we have 66% of schools that held parent engagement nights. 38% of schools met or exceeded 65% attendance rate. So we're also working on that. Our desired outcome we've met by just a little bit in regards to the number that are provided, but we can always expand and move forward as we continue on to the spring and summer times. The percent of parental membership roles filled for school and district committees, school site council, English learner advisory committee, the ELACs, and the DLAC, district English learner advisory. So 88% of our school site councils have the required number of parent membership. It's 5 parents. Having come from a school site, I can recall sometimes it's hard to gather 5 parents all at the same time for the same purpose. So I can see that we do have room for growth there, and that 88% of the ELACs will have had the participation rate. I think it might continue on the next slide. So
We have a question.
yes,
So I think for me, on the parent membership, number 4, in just a question why we're not including the migrant education program. To me, it is a very large program that impacts our EL learners. And it's surprising to me that it's not part of the Lcap, only because many times a lot of our ELs are also migrants. So, and there's a lot of, right now, focus on migrant supporting EL students. So to me, moving forward, I want us to think about including migrant program because it is a very, very large program. I mean, I don't know if it's still $1 million program, but thereabouts, it was at one point, I know. And does impact a lot of families. So I don't know if we can include that moving forward or how that can be adjusted, but I think it's important to also include what their contribution is to number 4.
absolutely. I think that you make a very valid point, Trustee Martinez, in regards to the vast number of migrant families that are also English learners. So we definitely can make that notation in the Lcap for moving forward. We will have to do an end of the year report, and that could be something that we can report to the board on then. We do have data for our migrant department and our migrant PAC meetings. I just don't have that data with me right now.
Yes, I understand.
All right. So in closing, we're continuing all of our work. This year has been a challenge, as we can imagine, and as we've known, and as we talk about typically at all the board meetings. But the staff have done an outstanding job working towards the Lcap goals, working towards the Lcap steps, and I foresee us making steady progress as we close out this school year. In your document, the actual format that looks like the Lcap, you will see specialized columns, the ones that have all the little boxes. It's part of the board agenda as well. Each one of those actions that we went over in orange have a dollar amount tied to it, so that you can see how much money we have actually spent so far of the projected LCFF dollars. So for example, and this is available online as well for the public, if you go to page, let me see, page 1 of 17 of the document, and you keep going to all of the, up to page 3 is the metric. So on the bottom of page 3 begins action 1. So goal 1, action 1. We had allocated $155,000 for teacher recruitment, assignment, and retention activities. The last column that says mid-year report tells you how much money we have spent on each one of the actions so far. Again, those that have not included progress so far are going to have a 0, or that we've used other money for will have a 0. Some of them have partial funding, for example, goal 1, action 2. Supplemental instructional materials, you see dollar amounts, you see numbers, because it shows how much money we've used to meet that goal so far. It's a progress update, basically.
So it's page 4 of 17.
Page 4 of 17.
1.3.
Professional development for staff, it's ongoing.
Okay. And we've spent?
Of the LCFF, there is $645,000 that we've allocated. We have utilized $833,318, however, for professional development. That means that the remainder comes from another fund.
Okay.
So like in the column above it in structural materials, we have 523,000 total funds, but we've only spent 167,000.
Yes.
So you can rob Peter to pay Paul.
Well, can you? I mean,
I don't
that's
know.
approved, right?
Only if it's legal.
Good answer. Are you taking questions or are you?
If you have questions, I'm done with the presentation.
Okay. Do you all want to go around trustee Grace? Any questions,
Well,
comments?
yeah, I do. Where in here, in this mid-year report, would I find, like music or art, or is that not in here? Or like physical education teachers, is that not in here, or?
So the LCAP that was created last year does not have physical education teachers.
Or art teachers?
Or art teachers,
or
or music teachers. So if you look at your document, where the columns begin that say actions and services, or action title and description, those are the descriptions and the exact wording that comes from the LCAP that was adopted and created. It was created last year and adopted in June. The revisions that we did.
Oh, that was the one that was given us that one day?
That was the LCAP that the board approved June 30th.
Because it was given to us on June 30th and.
So that document itself, as you recall, we had some feedback from the county that we had to have some formatting and technical fixes to.
Right.
We did not change any of the actions or the goals that were adopted, nor did we seek further educator or stakeholder input, because that process had already taken place the year prior.
Where would that be though? What goals would that be? If I was to look, if we were to have them, where would they be?
It would depend on the wording of the goal.
So,
Right, what were you trying to address? Right?
Yes,
And what our target groups are.
Right.
yes.
Because, I'll wait my turn.
okay, well, no, I'm done. That was my only question, so you can move on.
Trustee Martinez?
I think for me is, so the LCAP is focused on specific groups of students needing additional support and how we're going to address those needs, correct? And so if we go over on something, that's basically, so there's additional pockets of money that we get. This is LCFF funding. And then we get our base grant. So where, if we were to go over on any of these line items, where would that money come from?
It would depend, good question, Trustee Martinez, as to whether, if we identified another pocket, another resource to come from. So for example, if you're looking at the document, let me find an example. It could potentially list another funding source. There are some actions that on this document might list in parentheses towards the end of the description ELO, that's expanded learning opportunity. That's one-time funds. It could list other funds as well. If we have predetermined where else to fund, because we already knew that money was coming in, we would have used most likely the funds that can apply. If we did not have another pocket of money or resources to fund and we went over, it would come from general fund funding. So for example, action 1.9, district formative testing and math. At the bottom of the description is page 8. It says LCFF, ELO. That means 2 funding sources are being used to fund that one.
Mm-hmm. So I think what I'm trying to ask is that in trying to be creative, because from our last board meeting, we had 4 million in restricted, but yet we were deficit spending in the other category. So yeah, I think what my question was, had we then determined what we could pull from the restricted to then fund the unrestricted portion? Because obviously we had we dissected the budget to where we could pull and truly fund certain positions or certain actions from restricted to reduce some of that 4-point in deficit spending on the non-restricted. I think that was my question.
Good question. So yes, we did have that conversation on February 15th, and I'll go into that in the next presentation a little bit. But to answer your question, we do. We have a list of identified positions that are being funded by unrestricted funds that we will be moving to restricted one-time funds to help sustain the deficit currently. These are all classified and certificated positions.
Trustee Toasty? No questions. Trustee Marks?
I had one question on page,
Is your mic on?
I don't know. Hello?
There
Now
you
it's
go.
on, sorry. I had one question on page 8 or 322 in the packet. When we're talking about the high leverage instructional strategies and AVID, we're at 0, and I just was wondering, do we have a plan to be working on that?
So AVID itself is being implemented at both the middle schools. What it means is that we have not used LCAP money to fund that yet. We have staff that have attended conferences, virtual conferences, or sometimes there might be an AVID project. It's just being funded by a different account. It's not that it's not happening. It's just that we have not tapped into the resources yet, or the invoicing for certain activities has not been processed yet, potentially.
Okay, thank you.
Question.
And then my question was, the LCAP we approved in June had an after-school and before-after-school program, and I just want to make sure that is not, because we did amend that.
That was not part of the final version that was resubmitted back to the county. It was something called Hollister 66, and that was removed.
Okay, just making sure that we have that. Okay. No more questions? Okay, thank you.
It
And
does have to be approved.
it does have to be, okay. Do we have a motion to approve the LCAP as presented?
I'll make a motion to approve the mid-year review of the LCAP.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Moving on to 13D, we have discussion and approval of resolution AB 361 and Superintendent Sanchez.
Okay, so this is a familiar item. This is the item that we discussed at our regular board meetings to allow for the board to consider and take a vote. We have now had, I think, 2 months worth of open meetings. Assembly Bill 361 allows for the board to consider any types of pandemic-related circumstances that would potentially, have the board decide that we are in a state of emergency and we would like to close the meetings down. The information and the guidance has not changed that it's attached. We have guidance attached from the California School Boards Association, and we have guidance attached from our insurance provider, Keenan. If the board would like to consider closing the meetings for the next 30 days, then they would take action on the resolution tonight that is attached. If they would not like to take action and maintain the board meetings open, then you do not need to vote on the resolution. If you do want to vote on the resolution, it would be a roll call vote, and it would be up to you.
Trustee Grist?
I keep them open.
Trustee Martinez?
Open.
Trustee Tosti? Open. Trustee Marks?
Open.
Okay, so we don't have to take a vote. Thank you. Moving on, 13E, Superintendent Report, Superintendent Sanchez.
Okay, so this report is focused on the budget. It's focused on a review to answer, I think, some of the lingering questions out there, and a review as to where it is that we need to go from here. We'll also be reviewing some of the points that our consultant, Mr. Bishop, made on February 15th, and I'll be able to answer any questions that the board may have at the end of the presentation. So let's get started. So this whole topic of this presentation is the budget and fiscal solvency. And I want to review for the community items that we've talked about so that if there is any question as to what we've talked about in open session, that it's a review. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to address any types of questions that I have received from staff and community members in relation to the presentation itself. So we did have a special board meeting. We've discussed this before in, I believe, the December board meeting. We went through this very similar timeline, just letting the public know the different steps that the board has taken to address the budget. We talked about the budget. We also engaged in revising the LCAP. We had to make several corrections and align the LCAP as it was not aligned to the budget. We've talked about that. We worked on that through August to October 2021. We also looked at our unduplicated student count. We went from one day having a 32.71. Unduplicated student count includes English learners, foster youth, low socioeconomic. We looked at data, we cleaned data, we scrubbed data, and we were able to reach 57.3%, which allowed us to maintain and keep the LCFF funding, which is $9.1 million. We also went through the 45-day budget revision process. The budget itself that we're utilizing now was created in the spring of 2021. We went and worked on a revised budget because we had some questions and we had some issues with the budget as it was adopted. And it was approved on August 17th, 2021. We also worked on unaudited actuals, and those were presented to the board on September 28th, 2021. Unaudited actuals is an accounting of what took place without being audited at the close of last school year. So that was to give us an idea of where we closed the books last school year. And again, this is review, and I recognize that. So we talked about budget balancing solutions, what it is that we can work towards as we looked at fiscal solvency. We will definitely, and the board has been continuous in stating this, they want to maintain student services to the best of our ability, all services that are geared towards students. You know, I recognize the board's desire, our staff desire, our community's desire to deem those as essential. We want to maintain appropriate staffing ratios. We want to look at our staffing ratios, and we want to, now we know we need to establish staffing ratios. We want to maintain staff employed to the best of our ability. I think that has been the common message that the board has given the public. We also want to look at recommendations, and we have looked at recommendations, and we have frozen positions from the beginning of the school year. We've frozen supplemental programs, as board president Torres de Luna mentioned. Hollister 6 to 6 was one of those programs that we were slated to start, but we froze it. We also are looking at processes and procedures, some that we've already started and some that we are about to start as we work towards fiscal solvency. So we are moving forward in the fall. We're looking at certain concerns that we had in unaudited actuals in the 45-day revision process. We looked at the projected ADA that was utilized and realized that it was incorrect to the best of our ability, and what we looked at our current ADA, it just didn't look correct. The completion of the process was also questionable, and our reserve levels. We had questions as to what they really were going into the winter time. We also had a 45-day approval of the budget. We had that revision letter sent to us from the County Office of Ed in October. And the County Office of Ed indicated that the district's budget is, at that time, in deficit spending. So we did hear from the county in October, and they were concerned, and they asked for a plan at that time, a plan of what it was that we're going to do. And this is the exact language from the letter itself. As you can see, at that time, we were projecting 1.7 million in deficit for the current year, 2.5 million in deficit for next year, and the third year, $241,000 if we did not make any changes. And we definitely are working on those changes. So, as we want to be as collaborative as we can with our labor partners, we did share the letter on October 22nd with HESTA, our teachers union, and with CSEA, our classified union, for their review, and in an attempt to be as transparent and collaborative as possible. Seeing that we had financial situations looming and we were in a state of deficit, our board and our staff made a very wise decision, in my opinion, to hire a consultant, Michael Bishop and Associates, at the November 16th board meeting. The contract itself includes a wide range of scope and services, and it is going to end approximately on June 30th, 2023. That will allow for stabilization of the district and its finances, and not be something that will be a temporary type of fix, but it will be a long-term solution to maintaining stability in the district. Also, in addition to all of those things that are happening, we also have a parallel process happening at the same time. It is an outside audit that takes place on an annual basis. Typically, the audit is completed on or before December 15th and presented to the board. This school year, particularly most likely probably to COVID, our auditor was granted an extension by the state controller's office, and we will receive a final version of the audit before April 2020. It's through April 2020, but we do have to have a board meeting to approve it and so on. So it should be coming. What that is that it audits capital assets, expenses, revenues, unaudited actuals. The report that was presented in September, it's going to take a look at all of that, and we will be able to see if there are any findings. The ones that will impact the budget would be if there are any financial findings. It could be that perhaps we have a finding that we will be fined on, or it could be that we have findings where it could be positive that we miscalculated some fund or something like that, and it would end positively for the district.
No,
Trustee Mark, did you have a question?
No.
Oh, sorry.
I was just-
Okay.
I said a pot of gold.
Yeah, we're hoping. So then, moving forward, we are now in December on the timeline. At that time, as a superintendent, I gave a public report in regards to the budget and the fiscal solvency timeline, which is very similar to the information we're talking about previously to this slide. December 14th, we also reviewed and saw first interim report.
21.
21, excuse me, December 14th, 2021. Thank
Don't
you.
make me older than I am.
Thank you. Now this is correct, January 28th, 2022, we had a public discussion on the layoff process, the certificated and classified process at a regular board meeting. At that meeting, we did indicate that no action had taken on behalf of the board. We were clear about that. Moving forward to a more present day, on February 15th, we had a discussion and report, the Hollister School District Comparative Analysis of the 2021-2022 first interim report by financial consultant Michael Bishop. And that leads to where we're at now. So the current budget, as we know, and as we've heard, and as we've discussed, cannot sustain the number of staff that we currently have. We have grown as our programs have grown. Programs for students are a good thing, but we now need to figure out how to sustain a sustainable model so that this doesn't happen to us in the future. We currently have a $3.3 million deficit, and we also have $2.7 million of salary shifts from unrestricted resources to restricted resources. That process has begun. This is the process that the financial consultant talked about, that if we don't make those $2.7 million of shifts happen in the salaries, then potentially our deficit for the current school year would be closer to $6 million if everything in first interim holds true. So that is a key piece of process that the business department is working on identifying and then moving forward with. So far, I do want to just make sure I say this again tonight. No action has been taken to implement a reduction in force of staff. I think it's important for the public to recognize and understand, and for our staff to understand, that a reduction in force, as we talked about at one of the previous dates where it presented, happens when the board takes a public vote to adopt a resolution. In this case, it would be due to a lack of funds to reduce staffing. So that is something that we do want to make sure that our community understands and knows. And here's again. So we are working on the other actions that financial consultant Mr. Bishop addressed at the February 15th 2022 board meeting, which include preparing for second interim, which include looking at our previous and historic staffing ratios. It includes looking at process and procedure in the business department and so on. He had several slides of different actions to consider. We have hired interim CBO, Mr. Scott Wilbur. So that was an action. That was one of the concerns and actions. Concern in the sense that we've not had a steady financial leader for the last 2+ years, but also action was that we were to do something about that moving forward. So as we look at budget and fiscal solvency, we need to determine if the $2.7 million in salary shifts can be made for unrestricted resources to restricted, and that is being worked on. The minute that is done, I will notify the board because that will help alleviate some of the, I think, stress and the deficit and so on. Yes.
Okay, help me understand. So if we're able to do the shift, do we subtract that from the 3.3 or no?
No, it's in addition to. So if we don't do it, then the deficit becomes closer to $6 million.
6 million, I see.
Right,
So
right.
we have to do that, or it's gonna be a $6 million deficit.
Correct.
It's both. It's not one or the other. It's both. That was what first interim had as an assumption, that we would be making these, it's a change in account strings, basically. It's not changing somebody's position per se, or somebody's, pay or anything like that. It's just from where they're paid from. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Good questions. So we are re-evaluating the use of one-time federal and state resources with an aim on helping to mitigate the current funding difficulties. Here's something that we have to, I think, talk about. So we had, I believe it was in October, I presented to the board an ESSER 3 plan with different actions and steps and different things like that. So what we're looking at as something that's a one-time type of deal is looking at all of our one-time dollars and sweeping them to help cover current salary costs, which means, for example, if we do that to ESSER 3, the plan that we had in place for ESSER 3 would go away because we're using it right now. That is a shot in the arm. It is a help. It will help move us throughout this current school year. Any remaining funds can be used for next year, which was something that in October, when I presented ESSER 3, I indicated we would use to help offset the deficit in 2022, 23, and 23, 24, because we knew we were deficit spending at that time. So our plans may not end up coming to fruition the way we thought, because we would be using those funds to help offset the deficit now.
Have we received any of the ESSER 3?
ESSER 3, I believe we have some ESSER 2 left, a bit. I don't know the exact dollar off the top of my head. ESSER 3, I believe we had a small apportionment earlier in the school year as well, but not the full amount, not even 25% of it, I don't think.
That's what I've heard. So it hasn't come out for anybody yet. That's part of the problem for a lot of school districts.
Yes.
What are they doing? They're just sitting on it.
Should we wait for her to, and then we'll go?
Sorry.
It's okay.
I wanted to complain.
I know.
I'm not sure what they're doing. What we will do is that we'll move forward.
Okay.
So we have determined that the reductions are equivalent, the reductions that we will need to consider are equivalent to $3.3 million. They would need to take place, as we've talked about in the previous presentations, before March 15th, that decision, so that staff have enough time to notify those that are impacted. And this would produce a reduction in force for lack of funds, or lack of funding. And for next steps, instead of giving a list of steps, I want to focus on 3 tonight. is that we will need to have a special board meeting prior to March 15th if the board will be making a vote on reductions. It will need to happen. We also would need to issue, that triggers a notification to staff, where staff that are impacted because their position will be laid off, or those that will bump somebody else, will need to be notified in a timely fashion based on the timeline that I previously presented, that their position is being impacted and part of this reduction. We also need to continue to work on the many slides of actions that our consultant presented on February 15th. It's a process. Mr. Wilbur and I met with Mr. Bishop today, and we were talking about, you know, short-term goals. It's really daily goals, short-term goals, and then long-term goals. So we definitely look forward to June 30th, 2023, because we know that by that time, our work with Mr. Bishop will have been fulfilled, and we will have had plenty of time to ensure that different things within our district are in place so that we are fiscally solvent. One thing that I know that we're working very closely with staff and working very closely to make some of these challenging decisions is that our staff salaries make up that 93% of the district's budget. And as we've previously publicly talked about, you know, our county is looking at our salaries should be closer to 90% of our
Not less.
90% or less of our total budget. Some of the ideas that we've discussed, you know, in public include staff, and some of them include one-time types of reductions. The one-time types of reductions will help with the current deficit, but not the overall long-term deficit.
Yeah.
And so these are situations that we will have to work through collectively, I think, as a school district, remembering that our goal is to work together for our students and work together in the best, most professional way possible, knowing that although challenging times are before us, we will move through and we will get through this, as other boards and other staffs have had to go through in the past as well. With that, any questions from our board?
Trustee Grist?
No.
Trustee Martinez?
I think for me, the crucial piece for all of this is we've been talking about where we are financially, but we have not placed ourselves very clearly, I think, to the community, the decision that now is before us. And what I don't want is for our parents to be kind of like Oakland or over there and say, what do you mean you're doing this right now? Why weren't we told? Or why didn't we get a chance to express what our concerns are? And so when I see special board meeting, that doesn't give us much room to allow for our stakeholders or our community to come in and share their wishes with the board. I mean, we know and we have a certain list and things that we have to consider, but we've never really been transparent about what that would look like and how that would impact our HSD community. And I don't want to do things in the dark. I want, because it's going to impact everyone. And being on that side, as a classified individual, having the district's, my life in their hands and not really having a venue to express how I feel about reductions, I don't think it's fair. And so I know our CSEA partners and our HESTA partners were here, but they don't know what we're considering. The community doesn't know what we're considering. And I want to give them the opportunity to know that before we make or take action.
Trustee Toasty?
No questions.
Trustee Marks?
No questions.
Okay, so I think the next steps, you said we need to have a special board meeting and then we'll talk about how we do that. So, is there a recommended
No.
action? No.
That's a report.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Sanchez. Number 14, board member report. Let's start with Trustee Grist.
I attended intergovernmental council. It really didn't have a lot to do with schools this time around. And then I attended the Don't Suspend Me, which is a really great workshop. We do have to look at our board policy and make sure it reflects some of the changes that we have made with our changes with the way we do things. I don't know if we did that or not. I mentioned it to Superintendent Sanchez. It's something we need to look at. But our board policy should reflect our new way of doing discipline. And so we need to get, and I guess California School Board Association has language that we can just take right from it to make that work for our school district. But our board policy should reflect what we're doing. That's it.
To that, do you remember that we did have the school to prison pipeline stakeholder committee did look at some of our board policies? So I wonder if we should double check if we went through all of them or which ones maybe are outdated. So
yeah, we have to go through that and finish. We didn't finish.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Martinez?
I don't have anything to report.
Trustee Toasty?
Nothing to report at this time.
Trustee Marks?
Nothing to report.
Any future agenda items from anyone?
Not right now. I had something on
I know, I thought you did.
I did.
Okay.
A thing about maintenance, and a schedule. Maybe we'll do it in April. So for April, a schedule, and I will talk about it with Superintendent Sanchez. But a schedule with maintenance on some things that came out of the SARC reports.
So I think I remember that as a board, we agreed that whenever a trustee would bring up an agenda item, we would all have to talk about it and it be in agreement in order for it to be on the agenda.
Well,
so that's something for us to consider.
Right, in the reports that they talked about how different schools had things that needed to be fixed. So I would like to have our maintenance department, since they made the report, to fix those things. And if Aaron could make a schedule of when they would do that, that's all.
What is everyone
To repair those things that need to be fixed.
So that was a list of things that need to be fixed, and you're requesting that we ask our director of facilities to complete the list?
Yeah, make a schedule, complete, however he wants to do it. But that they made the list, they've identified what needs to be fixed, and they should fix it.
What does everybody think about that? You're asking that to be an agenda item or to be completed? Just trying to clarify.
Well, I thought it could be something that,
or request?
A request, or it is something that they schedule, and I don't know. I don't know how to do this.
Right, so the data that Trustee Grist is talking about is in regards to the FIT reports that were presented in the fall. There potentially are completed lists, there are some that potentially might be in progress. These are self-assessments from the sites, the custodial staff fill them out that identify potential maintenance and facilities needs. Custodial staff fill out the work ticket system for our staff to complete the projects. And it could easily be a report like in the weekly. It could be something that if the
So
board.
they may be already done, we don't know.
Yes, because they are from the, not
Previous
this
year.
time, yeah.
So
The
like
starts are from the previous year's data.
So like a progress
So maybe
report.
we could follow up and see what has been done and not done?
So posing to the board, is that something that you all want to see, considering the things we have pending right now? But you're saying maybe in April for something like that to be presented.
Maybe we can get a clear line of what we want, maybe, and think about it at the next.
I'm just
board meeting.
from the reading, these were in the SARC reports here.
Oh, okay.
These were in the reports, and they showed what needed to be done, and they rated the schools. We had 3 schools that were exemplary in condition, we had 3 schools that were good, and we had 1 school that was fair. And that 1 school also received bond money to get fixed, so that was a real red flag for me. And so I'm thinking that when I found out that they reflected on their own work, that we need to find out what has been done, what hasn't been done, and we need to fix things up, that's all. We need to take care of our buildings, that's all.
But I think it goes back to our request of having a facilities plan
Yeah, same
and
thing.
capturing all of that and having a final presentation to the board as to what that would look like moving forward. You know, like you said, right now, near future, and for years to come, I think even though, and those are restricted funds, when we're talking about facilities, that's all we can do is spend money that we generate from developers' fees and bond money that we get back from the state has to be put back into the schools in through facilities. We cannot use it for personnel, we cannot use it in anything else, but I think we've been asking about, and maybe it could be included in that, capturing what those needs are, part of the report and the game plan moving forward, if the board so chooses.
So a facility report talking about what's in progress, what's been done, what's still pending,
Right, from their self-reporting?
from their self-report.
Well, you can also
Including
include
it,
some
but not
of those
exclusive.
needs,
Yeah,
Right.
because it's still an overall picture that we've.
right.
For.
So we do have work that our staff are doing with our consultant to create the facilities
saw that.
master plan. And that process is not complete yet because it is a comprehensive approach to looking at our current facilities, looking at, for example, how many portables we have in the district, what years those portables were planted on our facilities, and so on. So it's a comprehensive, long process that includes a master plan. It might not drill down to the FIT report and how staff self-assessed their facility, but it will be through the lens of what our current facilities needs are, according to architects, according to the consultant, according to administration, what we project our needs to be based on enrollment and demography data. And it'll be something similar to what the board has received. I think the last master plan we have is years old, maybe 2017, 2018, 2018. So it's to that scope and that thickness and that level of detail.
Yeah, I
But
remember that.
it is being worked on. I just don't have an estimated date for it to be completed.
I just don't want us to lose sight of, that request and making
Sure.
sure that we still have it on the docket?
It is.
Okay. And
But these things are small, like kinder restroom floors need replacing, smells really bad. You know, these are, stuff that, they're not big stuff. It's like something needs to be painted and, there's a water leak and they're just little tiny stuff that they've glued. It's not big projects. That's why I think, this kind of stuff, this is just, maybe a couple hour job. You know what I mean? It's not like a big project so that's why I thought this was a really good thing that they did here. It's something that can be done quickly and easily and it's not gonna be, you get a feeling if you're doing the work that, oh, I've achieved something today, and it's not a big project. And that's why I thought I didn't realize that this was a self-assessment. I had no idea. But when I was looking at this report, I knew it couldn't be about tests because we can't do anything about test scores. So I thought, well, let's look at the maintenance.
But I'm more concerned about the fair comment or the fair rating on.
Yeah, that one really shook me up
On the
because
new
we
school.
spent all that money and then as a self-assessment, they gave it a fair. And I thought, oh, wow.
So one thing I would, I know that we're not in discussion, we're in
Right,
future agenda
right.
items.
Yeah,
But one thing that I would like to mention to the board is that with any self-assessment, as a human being, it's subjective. to
I
the-
know,
The
I know.
subjectivity of that individual
One
completing the self-assessment. So that is something I would like to keep in mind.
Sure.
As we make plans for
I
whatever.
know, we're
report.
always hardest on ourselves.
but we have a system in
Right,
place
right.
to address those and put them in our work order system, as well. So, hopefully that's happening.
So the agreement is, we do want to see some kind of facility report. Looks like they're already working on a master plan.
Mm-hmm.
And would that be enough then for the board?
Yeah.
Okay, for the next agenda item, and there is no anticipated date, but,
No,
You
okay,
can notify the board when it is.
And
okay.
then the other request, Madam President, if the board chooses, is having HPS actually give us a board presentation, please. If the
Is
board agrees.
everyone's in agreement, yes.
yeah.
And I think along with that, I don't know if we could combine the effort of looking at the property that Go Kids is,
Yeah, and how many kids are they
Renting.
taking from our Hardin area?
Well, that would be a part of the HPS complete report. Yeah.
Okay. So everyone's in agreement, yes?
Yep.
Okay. Other agenda items? No? Trustee Toasty, Trustee Marks?
No, thank you.
Okay. And I don't have any, just what's pending.
Right.
Announcements or reminders from anyone? Nope. And do we have a motion to convene a closed session?
I'll make a motion that we convene the closed session.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you for those who came.